Walking along the Milky Way, I realized that I didn't stay. I didn't think we were the best, we just dreamed, making real space first. I take out my shiny mirror hours, but I still miss the flowers. I have enough air in my spacesuit, but I can't make your voice mute. Endless moon sadness and nothing else. Kaboom sadness and nothing else. Walking along the Milky Way, I realized that I didn't stay. I didn't think we were the best, we just dreamed, make a real space first. I take out my shiny mirrors, but I still miss the flowers. I have enough air in my spacesuit, but I can't make your voice mute. Endless moon sadness and nothing else. Oh, moon sadness
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope everyone is having a fantastic and a wonderful day. It's a Tuesday. Yes, it is. It is a Tuesday, and we are going to do more game hogging. Game hogging? Dev hog. Dev hogging. That's what we're going to do today. And we're going to do things I have no idea how to do, which is going to be exciting because I've got to learn it all. So here we go. But yeah, so the idea for today is we're going to try and get clicky things working, as in we can point the mouse and click on things and do stuff. But I know how raycasting works. I have no idea how raycasting works when it comes to dots and entities and things. So we will find that out. We will find that out. But yes, I hope everyone is having a fantastic and a wonderful day. I am 2 hours early than I normally start, but then it's Tuesday, my day off. So yeah, yeah. Okay, put my glasses on. Let's go over here, shall we? Blah. That shall hide me down here. That way. There. Up there. There we go. Awesome. Right. Shrinky down that. Shrinky down that. Opening up this. Okay. So we have our thing, and we can move the camera around. We can push 1 to spawn a CPU socket, or 2 to spawn a CPU, or escape to cancel all of them. So cool, that's all working. We have no problems. Everything is good. Okay, how do you do raycasting when it comes to our things here? So we have a placement system. This is getting the key input, okay, which is fine for the minute. This is kind of a temporary sort of thing here. So yeah, but I want to do so. We want to. This also wants to control if we do I want this? Do I want this? Do I want a separate system that is mouse clicky? Probably I probably want to use the buffer system for that, so we can also go, like, you know, when we click the mouse button, we can get the thing it clicked on. Maybe. See, Gilbert, hello, good evening. You are having a good day. I think I probably do want to have the buffer do that as well. So when we click the mouse, we get the mouse position. So the input system could also deal with like the player input mouse as well. So this is not our input. This is technically keyboard input. This one, so I could have a mouse one as well. So can I rename this to player mouse input, and make this player mouse input, which will probably throw wobbly somewhere else in our script. Yep. Oh no, hold on. No, this should still be in the player input system, shouldn't it? It should just be renamed to player mouse input system. Yeah. Don't change the namespace. No, don't change the namespace. That's incorrect. Right. Okay, and we want to have that's not even player mouse input. That's player keyboard input. Idiot. Oh, there we go. Okay, then we want player mouse input for later. So we're going to need another see, there's the mouse position buffer. Let's have a public bool was clicked, and then I don't know if I can do. Let's see. Right. Okay. This is the keyboard input system. So we're not getting the mouse input system, are we? Move, zoom, look. What else we got there? Having a good day? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we have the mouse position one, which is the delta pointer. Okay. So basically, this wants to be upgraded. This wants to be firing raycasts off all the friggin' time. And filling the buffer up with, you know, what it's looking at. Does it need that? Not really. Or does it? Yes, it kind of does. So it needs to be filling. Yeah. So our mouse system. Let me move this. Yeah. So. That mouse input buffer. Look over here. So this one will take will be constantly updated with our position. If it was clicked this frame and what entity it's under, so we can basically move the mouse around. So if we need to know where the mouse is, we can move it around. We can read the input buffer, and that this will be constantly firing. So this will be using a lot. If it was clicked, means we have to do something, so we'll know, you know, if it was clicked this turn, we want to do something. And if it mouses over an entity, then we know it's over an entity, and we can get that entity and get information about that entity. So yeah, there we go. Consider circling back to the quest. I will once the big update drops. When the big update drops for the crust, I intend to come back to it. They announced the update on earlier this week or earlier this month. I don't know. Yeah, major update, New Horizons. They announced on the February 4th, but it's not out yet. Not actually available yet. So don't worry, I am very much keeping in the loop with that. I'm very happy to hear you think I'm your favorite YouTuber. Yay! I'm very happy. But yeah, we'll definitely be going back to the crust and doing some more with that as soon as the update drops. I will be on that. So yeah, Aaron TV, welcome back. I hope you're having a good day today. Aaron TTV, sorry. Right. So I want to get where we clicked in the world, and I want to get it. So let's this is so yeah, this just needs to be firing all the time. This is fine. Okay, what's wrong with this? Mouse input buffer data, and also wants to be the last one. There. We've got another error here. What's wrong with this? This no longer wants to be in here. So we have move look. Can I move that down? Right, so we have move, look, and zoom, which are all things we've done for inputs. Then we have the mouse position. Right. So let's create a new system. I'm not sure whether this the physics samples, plenty of scenes with raycast. Right, okay, there are lots of scenes with raycast involved in this one here, and I think I have these. So Unity's got a physics sample system for the entity component system, so you can look at how physics works and do things. And I have all these downloaded already. I've used them as references before. In fact, my other game has a thing. I say my other game, my mucking about stuff has a thing. Let's go. The problem is I don't use an I system. I use mono behaviors to do the inputs previously, and I don't really want to do that. So let's go here. So there is Unity master physics examples. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I would like to do another playthrough of the Crust where I don't do anything with belts and I just use drones to do everything. That was kind of a playthrough I'd wanted to do, but because drones are a little bit unreliable in the current build, shall we say, I couldn't really do that. And I know they're working hard on getting many things done to you know, get the drones working, get bits and pieces doing stuff. I know they're working pretty hard on all of them. So, yeah, we'll definitely be back. We'll definitely be back playing that later. So, right. So I think what I want to do. Immediate mode of physics, that's not wrong. I want to, it's either the joints one or another one. So let me go to our Unity thing here. I have the physics examples, but let's load that up. We'll have a look in here. Ba-ba-ba. Big project, the physics examples, but so I want to have a look. So there's a couple I want to look at. I want to look at either single joints. There's one called joints. Where is it? There. Limited DFF in joints. So which one I want? I'm in events. I want to go to joints and motors. Yeah, project uses. So yeah, it's because it's old. It's old school. So what does this do? What does this do? This has got. I don't know what half these things are here. But this one, I believe, if we press play, yeah, if I mouse over, see, it changes the color of them. So it's clearly raycasting against these objects. And when we click, we can drag and we can move things around. Okay, which is great. Okay, so it means this has a script in it somewhere that can get our information. So let's have a quick look in here. Camera controller, look speed, drag speed. I don't think you're it. Can we move the camera? Oh, I can move the camera with middle click. Okay. Right. See, that's a mono behavior. See, this uses an input or get mouse button. See, this is, yeah, this is firing stuff off in in mono behavior, which is not what I want to do. I want to run an I system. Right. So raycast from system. Hold on. There is apparently another one. There's a car one. Raycast car. Let's load this one up. Oh, awesome. The truck. Nice. A couple of cars. Cool. So what does this do? Oh, everything is rolling. Smash! Whee! I can pick the car up and throw it. Throw the car! Whee! Okay, that's a fun little project. But does this camera smooth track? This again has the camera controller script. Let's load this up. And it's a mono behavior. I need a .NET development framework. Do I? Okay, you do that. All right. Right, I guess, yep, we can't do that yet. But again, it's a mono behavior. It's part of the physics samples.dll, which is not what I want. So that means if we come down here, drag the camera with the middle mouse button. Active vehicle, vehicle authoring, vehicle input handling. Oh, that's right. You know, vehicle speed and stuff. What does bling mean? The installation was complete. Yay! Okay, so this is the camera controller, which we don't want. Oh, whoa, hang on. What's this? Ooh. Ooh. Render meshes, hover entity. This is what I want. This is what I want. Provides any mouse spring as a change in velocity to the best. Okay. So this isn't exactly what I'm after. It's close enough. This is system base. Why is it system base? Collider key. Ooh, this is doing stuff I don't recognize. I feel like I've used this before though. Oh, there's a mouse picker. Mouse picker collector. Okay, so this is... Oh god. Oh god, there's loads of stuff in here I do not understand. Collision job. We stole this before. This was stolen from somewhere else. For our previous one, so I know about that one. That's fine. The camera control is fine. So if we get the mouse input... That's interesting. Self dots. Oh, is that a... Oh, hold on. There might be a... Because down here I do... We literally add the movement to it. What if I did transform.translate? Is it local transform I want here, or is it... Because currently, with our system, our movement system, forward and backwards is not based on the rotation, it's based on... So if I press forward, it's clearly coming the wrong way. That's backwards, that's forward. So I need to include the rotation into it, which we don't do, because obviously this one just literally changes the movement directly. So I don't know if it's local transform or it's local to world I want here. Can I? Is readable transform dot. The transform dot translate. Transform dot value dot. Translation. No, that's not. But no, that's not what I want. I want to go back to local transform, but I want to try transform dot translate. Can I do that? Does that work? Give that a quick try. I know we're supposed to be looking at mouse things here, but... So that is moving... No, that is ignoring me. But can I do in here... Space.self? No. Why not? Translate doesn't take 2 arguments. Oh, the Unity transform does. Can we? I don't know if that's allowed in my system. No, it's a managed component. So go back to where it was, because we know that works. So that would be okay there. Wanderer, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are feeling very well. Give me something in DMs. What now? Oh, ooh. Nice. Nice. Thank you very, very much for those. The actual proper processes of the world. Nice. Okay. Will be, thank you. Yes, will be very useful. Right. Let me need other pixel components. Okie dokie. I yes, we'll have a look. See. Unity mathematics float 3. Yeah. Transform dot position equals transform to transform point. So will that take into account things? What's happened in here? Oh, yeah. Nope, that is still moving to the side regardless of the rotation. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Let's just undo this back to its default thing. We'll deal with that later. It's fine. It works for the minute. We'll figure out the rotation later. I need to move it on its... I mean, I thought local transform would do that, but I guess it doesn't. Transform dot. Transform dot forward? No. Yeah, no. Okay. Right, so what we want to do is we actually want to, so this is our sample scene here. Whoa. And this will let us pick things. So this is interesting because this is kind of a thing in itself. We can pick stuff up off the truck and like put it in the car. Okay. I can also move that car around. Don't know where the truck's going. However, if I ever need an entity's car controller, this is cool. I like this. And you can pick the car up and just throw the car. Because apparently the game lets you do that, which is quite cool. So yeah, but that doesn't. Yeah, that's not doing the thing I want it to do. However, in the controls for this thing here, this is the offset. Drag the camera with the middle mouse button. Zoom in and out with the mouse wheel. I don't think this is actually being used here. Trigger system. We've got a mouse hovering system. This is kind of the code I want, and I need to figure out how to use it. So this is the job that fires at Raycast. I don't want to be doing this in a job. I want to be doing this in iSystem that runs in the fixed update, I think. Raycast value equals mouse picker, so we get number of physics bodies, new mouse picker. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Sultanus, hello, good evening. Hope you are having a good day. All right. We have a public native array of raycast references. Ignore triggers, ignore static is a bool. We have a copy of the collision world, and we have a raycast input. Find entity from physics, body entity. Find an entity holding the graphical representation of a physics shape. Leaf likely. I don't know what any of that is. I don't know what any of this is. Because this, I think this script does the whole changes the color of something. So we create a raycast input. We get the collision world. We get the mouse position. We can get that from our other script. Well, no, we want to get the mouse position, so right. Let's create a new to be the player system there. So this is going to have an on-crate of whatever buffer it needs. I don't know. We're going to figure it out. Keyboard input system. Did I say? See, I've got no failsafes here to check whether the buffers exist, have I? No. I should do that. What? Why did you go if? I typed the word state. Why did you go if? You're a system base. Oh, how does that work? This is indeed the Crust OSC. Yes. Yes, it is. System base. How does system base work? Responder behavior. Sorry, the system base. Required for update. We just type in required for update. And this one's to have the did I name this wrong? I did. They should be called buffer data so that I can find them later. Right, there you go. So I can do this. So we want to have the movement buffer data. Look buffer data. So what do we got? What do we got? We got movement, look, zoom, and key. That is just a failsafe. That means this system can only run if all of these buffers exist. So if something goes wrong, it doesn't run. If the buffers don't exist, we won't accidentally add something to a buffer that doesn't exist and cause the thing to break. So yeah, okay. So we're going to get rid of that. So that can be saved. So this one wants to have required for update. This is not going to be an I system. This is going to be a system base. Doesn't have access to the system state. I don't know if it can have access to the system state, but from this. Oh yeah, hold on. In the game microtaping, I have not. No. Void. So there's on start running. I'm confused. Hang on. Didn't you have a? You've got a protected override on create. You're not burst compiled either, are you? No. I don't know if the system bases can be burst compiled. Try to update mouse input buffer data. You're going to also need other stuff as well, and then it should be protected override void on destroy. Okay, yeah. Robot Ant game. There are quite a few little factory games that are coming around, so right, okay. So you want the buffer input data, so now we're going to fire a raycast in here to do some. I don't want to fire a raycast in a job, I don't think. Let's add data to the end of these, so these line up with the system as well, please. There we go. Let me see, you can do its compiling thing, maybe? Nope, I'm missing something else. Expected something. Oh yeah, I haven't saved it. Right, so I don't know if I can burst compile these or not, but I should probably give that a try. Parent input buffer is fine. So we've got, yeah, we've got those. Right, post that. Okay, so here, right, let's yank this apart and see what we can do. We have a burst compile job. This is weird. All this script here is inside that one find entity from physics thing. That's a lot of lines of code. But they have the on update. Okay. So I kind of know what that does, but I don't want it to do half the stuff it's doing for us. Right, because this is changing the material color and also letting us click things and do stuff. So yeah, this hover reference stuff, this is material. All of this here is for changing the material on an entity, which is not what I want to do. I don't need to worry about that. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I got the hiccups. Oh, right, so let's join the raycast out there. Let's throw that in our on update and see what errors we get going on here. Right. So there's a mouse picker system, .k max distance. There is a mouse hover, which is the singleton of mouse hover. We need to figure out what that is. Then we need to get the job. But let's get the job as well, which is here. Throw that down there. Okay, this is going to throw a couple of weird things that he doesn't understand. Raycast hit is influenced between Unity Physics Raycast and Unity Engine Raycast hit. Where am I using the Unity Engine? Can I get rid of Unity Engine from this script? No, because we're using the Vector 2. So I need to cast this as Unity. Nope, I need to cast this as the Unity Physics Raycast. Yeah, there's an native one, so we need the physics version of it. Okay. Excuse me. Right, there's a mouse pick collector. I don't know what that does either. So I need to look at these. So let's look at the mouse pick collector first. Oh, bash the mic, sorry. Mouse pick collector is an eye collector with a raycast hit. What does this do? This is Unity Physics extensions. Right. We using Unity.physics.extensions. Right, so you are not part of that system that we have. A mouse pick collector which stores every hit based off the closest hit collector. Right. It's got a baker as well with it, so I guess we have to put this on a script somewhere. update spring pick. What is spring pick when it's at home? Oh, this is doing everything. This is doing everything. This is. Planning mouse springs to change. Okay, so yeah, so this is doing other stuff. So we don't want this. We don't need this. This is not what we need. But do I need? I don't know what this is. No tricks, no static, number of dynamic bodies. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's a mono behavior. Right, I don't know what this is. So this is part of the job, right? What does this do? What is this doing? We have no that. We have no raycast here. Raycast here needs to be Unity physics, doesn't it? So I need to. So we have, we're creating an array from a mass position, that's fine. The mass position doesn't want to be got this way, it wants to be got using our other system, our input system, because I don't think we can do input.mass position. We're throwing an array out, and this is the maximum distance to the mouse. I can just hard code that as like 100, so it fires 100 units. Okay. Mouse hover is whether we have ignore triggers and ignore static. When we have the raycast hit that goes in. Hit equals raycast hit dot value. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Come down here. Raycast hit reference. So we create a temporary job for the raycast hits. We pass that in, it populates it, and then gets it back out again. And then we have a hit, which is our raycast hit. And then from that, we can do stuff with it. Okay. What's this collector? What's the point of this collector? I don't. A mouse pick collector which stores every hit, which is fine, but it does a lot of stuff I don't feel like I need it to do. Do I just need that? Is that all I need? That's all data that's not, that gets sent into it. No triggers and no static, I don't know. Do you know what? I'm going to yank that out of here. I'm going to put it in its own class. Let's go down here and just do this. How do you deal with this raycast thing up here? Because you're using the UC engine, but you don't fumble with the raycast hit. How do you know the raycast hit is Unity physics and not Unity engine? Let's copy all of those. Cario's got up to 30. Nice. Nice. Okay. However, now this is still kind of wobbly because Unity.physics. There you go. But you are now saying it's a difference between the Unity physics. That is weird. That is a weird little thing. So nowhere in here do you say you're using Unity physics. But this is Unity physics.raycast here. Well, on my other script, I'm getting an error saying it doesn't know whether it should be the physics one or it should be the Unity engine one. Which is weird. Let's do that, which will hard code it. Okay, you can save this and get rid of all those other ones there. Okay, and then I can do the same in here. Which means I can get rid of that and that. And for some reason it didn't save the thing. There we go. And then I can get rid of this as well. Okay, makes life easier. Right, okay. So the mouse hover, this is ignore triggers and ignore static. We don't care about that. Let's come down here. Let's get rid of this. We don't care about that. Okay. So we're just going to create a new empty mouse picker. And then this will fire. Using statement can be simplified, can it? Okay, so save that, go back into Unity for a moment. Key input buffer cannot be found. Key input buffer beta. Okay, so the mouse pick collector's got loads of stuff in it. Rigid bodies, events. Ignore triggers true and ignore static is true by default. Okay. We also have a public ball early out on first hit, so if we hit something we should go early out, so I should probably say true to that. So if we go here, right, so there is no way to set that early out. I want that to be true. Okay, so if we hit something, we cancel the rest of it and just return that hit that we hit, which is what we want. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know what half this is doing. I think it is. I mean, ignore statics, pretty obvious. That's ignoring static objects, which is set by true by default. And we ignore trigger objects, which is also set by true. Problem is, I don't know how to set trigger objects. I know static because that's up there. I don't know how to do trigger objects. I don't know what that means. Okay, right. So, save. So that's the job we're doing. Blah, 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 blah. So on update, we are going to be doing the mouse, and we don't want to be doing it from this vector 2, which is input on mouse position, which we could still do. Is actually valid, if I'm honest with you. I think that would be fine. Okay, and then down here, debug.log, it's dot fraction material. Oh, this gets loads of stuff. Why does he get the material and all that bits and pieces? I don't need any of that. Is that just part of the raycast hit by default? I guess it is. The normal, the collider key, the NC. NC dot index. Is that right? I think that's right. Okay. Can I initialize mouse pick collector with a condition collection initializer because it does not implement IEnumeral? What? Here? Oh yeah, sorry. There. Okay, so if I hit play, oh, trying to read input using the UC engine input class. Yeah, that's not the one. Okay, so we don't want to do that. Yeah, I didn't think so. So this is not allowed. So we want to go to our keyboard input settings, and we want to grab one of these. Yeah. Mouse position. Okay, and then we want to do mouse position equals, look for this, mouse, I'm sure I called it delta. No, I called it mouse position. Okay, and then here we want to vector to mouse position equals, instead of input to mouse position, it wants to be oh, hold on. let's call this mouse in fact, I don't need to create a vector2 there. And we did mouse position dot read value float2. Wait, what? Hold on, go back. This was a vector2. Read value vector2. Okay, and then in here, this is getting out of vector2, so that is correct. Okay. Close the physics example for a moment. This is not throwing a wobbly. Okay. Go play. All right. The previous scheduled job bounding volume hierarchy writes to unknown object. Okay, so that must be this job here. There a mouse one in here? Nope, there is not. Not now. You want mouse hover? Okay, so why do you work and the others don't? So this is the previous entity, the current entity. Ignore mouse hover get entity. Okay. So this needs a baker for storing the hover stuff. Which doesn't appear to get used anywhere, and it's not in this script. You just require mouse hover, which is this thing. Right, so what's that error? Previous scheduled job bounding volume hierarchy writes to unknown object type. You're trying to schedule a new job using player.world job, which leads to the same. The current system must include a bounding volume for build first end level job as a dependency for the new scheduled job. Did I miss the fact that we have to complete the job before we finish it? Did I mess that up? CJ.run. We don't dispose of it anywhere. Don't dispose of it anywhere. Why would that not work? Let's recopy this job into here. Don't shrink it down, don't make it easier. That's input system 43. That's input system 43, rcj.run. Right, so why does that one run? What does it mean by bounding volume hierarchy? Build first n level jobs to unknown object type. Dot ranges. What does that even mean? I need to Google that because I don't even know what that even means. Oh, I missed something. I get it. Go to the top. Here. I didn't copy that. So let's put that in here. Initialization system group. Because this needs to run and create the Raycar stuff before physics happen, I think. Let's find out. Oh. Okay, so it's now running. We have no stuff running. So if I push 1, I'm still getting 0. Come up, okay. Right, hit entity and see if we can cast that as a. I don't know if it gives the name. Entity.null, right? That's okay. I still get entity.null. Right, so this is obviously not finding any entities. Collision filter is filter.default. I'm having some flashback thing to let me go back to my game here. No, that's not what I want. Green point to ray, so that is correct. And we are getting the mouse delta from vector 2. That's fine. I should log origin. Test that one out. Okay, let's find out if our origin is working. Yep, seems to be that way. We're getting... No, I'm not. I'm not getting... Maybe the origin is fine. What about the destination? Let's see if that's going out. The origin would be on camera, obviously. Okay, so as I'm moving the mouse, the numbers are changing, right? But then when I stop, I get 2517 minus 6370. And if I go over here, I get the same. Then I go over here, I get the same numbers no matter where I go on the screen, which is weird. If I turn the camera around, so it's working because we are obviously turned the camera around and. Yeah, okay, so that is working. The problem is I don't know if it's the raycast is working. The problem is that I don't know if the hit dot position. See, I don't even know if you can actually raycast against that because it hasn't got a physics body. It's got a mesh collider. Let's move it over to be 1 by 2 by 3. Let's just move it over. So we're still getting 0, 0. Okay, so it's not climbing this. So what if I added a rigid body to this? Equal shapes. Nope, we're still not managing to get a hit on the target. Right. I haven't mucked about with the physics layers, have I? I don't think you can muck about with the 3D physics layers. There are no 3D physics layers, there's 2D physics layer, which I turned off because that's 2D. That doesn't matter. Ah, hold on. Okay. So the UI collides with the default. Right, I don't know what I'm... Right. Let me enable them all again. No, they're still throwing zeros down there. What if I put you on a water layer? No. That's not having any effect whatsoever. Okay. I seem to remember, I have some memory of this, and it's something to do with the collision filter. Because I'm the only other thing where I've had it where I could successfully put down stuff on the floor was when I manually set the collision filters, which is not obviously what I want to do. You do anything special in your physics scene? No, they are not set on any thing. You've got a physics shape and a physics body. The chassis to the car. You don't have a physics shape at all. Okay. Vehicle authoring does indeed have a physics body, but doesn't have a physics shape. Ah, right, okay. So if I turn off the physics body, I can't mouse over the car. Stick on this guy here. Let's turn off your physics body. Hit play. Yeah, I can't mouse over you. So it may be that we need to introduce the physics body, and I just got rid of those. Yeah. Because default should collide with default, and default should collide with UI. Okay. Game object SDK. What's this? Current physics interest can be used in use game object API. Change the value to another. That will change the behavior. Okay. How do I install the physics package? Where was it? Unity. Physics. Oh, can be updated. Okay, we've got some updates to do, haven't we? All right. Update both. Go. Let's do that. Yeah, maybe that we need a physics shape on them in order for it to collide, but I'm not sure. I've mucked about with this before, and I remember taking a very long time trying to get it to just basically read back what entity I was hitting, and I was convinced that half the stuff I was doing was unnecessary, but I couldn't figure out what part of it did the job I needed to. And unfortunately, back then I was cutting corners and doing everything with doing stuff with model behaviors still. So like, all the UI and camera control was all done with model behaviors. Those samples, we can add the custom physics authoring. Let's import that again. It was updated yesterday. The physics library was updated yesterday. Nice. Okay, so if we go here, we add a physics shape. No, not physics shape. A physics body. Motion type is kinematic. It's not moving at all. Now if I hit play, we're still getting 0. Okay, that's fine. What actual entity are you when you're converted? You are index 96. You're index 136 now. To entity. Right, so we're still getting nothing. So it's not hitting this. Because this is now tagged with a layer. Let's try to change it to the default layer. Nope, we're still getting nothing. That's the mesh collider. Nope. Right, okay. So the other thing that I seem to have been changing was this filter. And I don't know what I was doing here. So up here I was doing a here it's filter equals collision filter dot default, filter dot collides with equals collision filter dot no. So okay, so this is the code I have. 1 and 6. So it belongs to 3, which I don't know what 3 was in my other game, and it's trying to hit something on 6. So let's go raycast layer and let's call this ground. Let's call these entities. Okay. But you should belong to entities. Right. And then we come down here and we go, instead of you have that, you want to take in our filter. Like that. Okay. Still get entity.null. Can I change the layer whilst it's run? Still get entity.null, which is weird. I don't know how collisions. I don't know how to collide it against. An entity. I think the problem might lie in this thing, because I do not know what this means. I don't. He talks about rigid bodies and stuff, but in the sample scene you don't have rigid bodies. You have a physicist body, which I suppose is technically a rigid body. You're not. But the right center of mass. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You haven't got anything special on you apart from the physics body, but you hit. What is the layer option things that set up in this setting, project setting? Oh, good lord. We've got ground tree and dead tree all ticked and enabled, so everything can hit everything. I think in my game I've got let's enable everything. No, we still get entity.null. I remember banging my head against the wall for this for ages. Yeah, because I'll right, okay. So I've copied everything from the sample scene, but it's not working when I copy it over. Okay, the only thing that we've changed, we've got rid of the mouse hover stuff, but we're not too fussed about the mouse hover stuff anyway. This is a mouse kit collector which has collision world number of bullets. Oh, am I updating the collision world? Am I doing that? Yes.
I take out my shining hours, but I still miss the flowers. I have enough air in my spacesuit, but I can't make your voice mute. Endless moon sadness, and nothing else.
Working. We know this is working. This is working. We know this is working. This is not outputting anything. That's the problem. The job is not outputting anything because it's after trying to get a mouse. This thing. So what is this doing? Focus, because that's what it was originally. Nope, it's still not. Because I need it to raycast against the motherboard, get the position on the motherboard, and then I need hit dot position. But I think the mouse collector isn't working. I think this is the problem. But I right. Yeah. Oh. The sampled ray tracer system. Ah, okay, so maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Query cast. Raycast. Ah. Raycast with custom collector. Raycast custom collector. What's this all about? Right, okay. Again, this is all is transparent or not. Ah, so this is testing against it. Right. I think the problem is that I've copied the wrong thing. I just literally want a raycast. This one do. So this one doesn't. Oh, this one still has the we can mouse over things and move stuff. Though that still exists. That must be part of the camera system. Okay. Queries. Ah, this is an ice system one. Get the physics world, get the collision world. Do a raycast job with custom collector. Hydro density. Okay. So this is visualized raycast. I don't know what that means. Let's go into this. Oh. So we can click on them, but we can't click on them through the. We can click on them through the glasses. I think what they're getting at here. Yeah, we ignore the transparent ones. Okay, but again, it's changing the color of them. This is a much simpler job because this is getting all the local transform and the post-transform matrices. Okay, which is a component lookup, which is fine because the component lookups are easy to do. Feasible solution. But this is an ice system, isn't it? So obviously it won't only run. I must admit, I am confused as to how the physics system in this I am confused as to how this works. So physics world and visualized raycast requires a visualized raycast. So does that mean that one of these should have a visualized raycast tag? So physics settings, mouse hover. Here we go. Mouse pick, mouse hover, physics step. Okay, that's fine. It's the floor. Visualize raycast that all correct. Custom collector, closest distance. Hello, Arkham, hello, good evening. I hope you're having a good day. That everything is awesome and wonderful. Getting a surprise visit, I'm going to have to explain the game. I'm not even sure I know what I'm doing anymore, if I'm entirely honest with you. I've spent nearly 2 hours trying to get raycasting working in Unity physics, and I don't know how to do it against entities. A red line visualizes the full raycast segment. Okay. Next mesh in the world. Yeah, the thing is, although I don't know what I'm doing, I'm looking at it and I'm going, it should work. It doesn't work. And I don't have the knowledge to know why it doesn't work. So I'm picking through it, trying to figure it out. And I'm convinced it's this. I'm convinced it's this unknown mouse pit collector thing, which I don't understand. I don't understand this code. It's to do with rigid bodies and material stuff. And I'm not interested in the material stuff. That's not really what I'm after. However, it changes to false. So it raycasts against everything. Maybe it's just that it's failing this, and I don't know what these do. So let's change these to false. Just see whether this works or not. Okay, play. Okay, so now I'm actually getting an entity. I'm getting a response from an entity. What is entity 136? Entity 136 is the motherboard. Awesome. However, I am... Now I'm confused that we're getting a raycast hit when my mouse is over here. I don't want you to hit the motherboard here. You should be hitting the motherboard. You should not be hitting the motherboard when I raycast up there. Okay, so right. So the problem is I don't understand this code here. Insert true hit fraction, maximum fraction is acceptable. True. So ignore static and ignore triggers. Neither of my two objects, my motherboard is not static and it is not a trigger. Let's turn off the physics body there. Right, so I don't need the physics body. That's good. That means I can get rid of that physics body code as well. That's broken. I've got code in my raycaster to not resolve targets when the mouse is off screen. Yes, yeah, I need to do that. But what the thing that I'm getting, that I'm confused on now, is not this one here. So we create a ray from the camera to the mouse position. That's standard Unity raycasting. Standard Unity raycasting. Okay, it fires a beam out from the camera to wherever the mouse happens to be on the screen. However, if I play and my mouse is over here, I'm still getting results saying I'm hitting an entity, which is the motherboard, because that's the only entity it can hit. So why is the raycast not going to where I want my mouse to go? Why is it going here? This is the confusing part. It might be to do with my input system. It might be to do with this. position mouse. That might be what I need. Not delta mouse. Yes, yeah. I can move the camera. So if I go zoom out, yeah, that's the motherboard there, which is there we go. It's working now. So entity.null, entity136 null. There we go. It's now working. It's now working. I was getting the wrong information here. I did delta mouse, which I don't know what delta actually is, but I wasn't getting position of mouse. So the raycast was obviously firing straight forward every time. That's why. That's why. Okay. Okay. However, so this is working now, which is fantastic and wonderful and brilliant. However, I still don't understand this code. I don't know what it's trying to do. Ignore triggers and ignore static. Now, I know what those terms are. As I said, I know what they are. They are, if I go to the motherboard here, it is not ticked as static, so it shouldn't. So it's not ignored there, and it's not set as a trigger. So, if it's ignoring those two things, then it should. Even if these were set to true, if it was ignoring triggers and ignoring static, it should still hit the motherboard. It should still raycast against the motherboard. Okay. It should still raycast against those, because even though it's ignoring triggers and ignoring static, the motherboard is not a trigger and it's not a static, so it won't ignore it. But it is. I'm now getting entity null everywhere. So I do not understand what this and this are doing. And also, I don't know why ignoring static is looking at the rigid body index. Oh, hang on. That's not static entities. That's if I add the physics body back onto this, that's this. That's this. So it's looking for the physics body, and of course it's going to fail because there is no physics body on it because it's got no physics. It's not a thing. So that would obviously fail. So I don't care about those two. I don't care about this. This we don't need this. Okay. To be honest with you, neither have I. This is all new to me. This is taken from the Unity physics examples because I'm obviously trying to raycast against entities, not just against actual physics things in the world. It's using the Unity entity system. So you've got to do some other trickery with it. But this is the one I pulled out, and then I discovered in the Unity physics package that there are multiple different ways they raycast, and I didn't know that. There's this one, for instance, which has got its own. It uses blob assets and stuff to do things, and I don't. But this has got the same thing. This has got a raycast hit here, add here, but it's got nothing to do with. You know, so I'm honestly, I'm just gonna take out the code. So I'm not fussed about those, and I'm not fussed about this. So get rid of all that. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of those two there, and I'm going to set early first out to be true because I want the first thing you hit for it to cancel. I don't want you to be reading things underneath it either. So. There we go. Okay. So, when I come across code I don't understand, just delete it and hope for the best. Is that a good policy to have? I don't know. Let's find out whether that works. Yeah. Also, where did you put that mouse click pointer? You put it there. Okay. So entity null, entity 136, null 136. Awesome, awesome, awesome. If I push 1 to spawn... Oh, there we go. It's still hitting 136. It's not... Click. Two. No. Stop. Play. Two. So now it's not hitting this here. Entity dot null is over here. That's fine. 136 is the motherboard, but it's not hitting this. I don't know why it's not hitting the CPU. Because I'll bet you our socket. No, it does have a box collider. Interesting. Wait a minute. What do we do? No, I did re-enable that. You have a box collider. You're not set. Let's try setting you to the entities layer and just see whether that works. Okay. Entities.null. 1. Oh, why do you do that? Why when you click this, does it stop being at the bottom? Why? Okay. So if I press 1, then massive. Nope, it's still not. Okay. So we've got somewhere. We've got far enough yet. Right. Pause. CPU socket. You're not using Unity. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right. I want to do. Let me temporarily. Currency. So if hit.entity is not equals current entity, then current entity equals hit.entity. Do that. So only do the debug if it changes entity. Okay, I don't know what happens if I do entity.null. I'm not sure. Let's find out. Brain doesn't have colliders because it was too expensive on the procedural message. Yeah, procedural message would be. Yeah, I get there. So yeah, so you'd be raycasting and just finding out where. Oh, then again, how would you know where the mouse is based on the height of the terrain? Okay, so that updated null. There you go. So every time I change, it updates, and I update once now. So cool. So, boom. So if I mouse over that, right. So that is not triggering my entity changing thing. Okay, right. So that means my sockets, my CPU sockets, doesn't have something the same as this. So what has this got that hasn't got? I don't think you do any layout overrides. No, we're not doing any layout overrides. Cooking options is everything. I should probably make the motherboard have a box collider rather than a mesh collider as well, shouldn't I? Let's do that. Let's add a box collider to the motherboard. Yes, because I think box colliders are cheaper. Okay, right. So there we go. Okay, so a box collider apparently doesn't trigger. Do I need to tick that box? Okay, interesting. So a box collider doesn't provide contacts. I'm getting no response now. Interesting. So why does a box collider? So a mesh collider does work with the raycast, but a box collider doesn't. Amble, hello, good evening. I hope you're having a good day. Why would a box collider not work, but a mesh collider does work? Something under the hood changes those, right? Okay, so let's remove that and let's add a physics body to this, shall we? And I need to make sure it's kinematic. No, that's not. Providing a hit either. Huh. It's so weird. That is so weird. Why does the mesh collider Okay. Make it one thick just to make sure it's... okay, so now the box collider is working. Maybe it was just too small. Right, there you go. So now the box collider is working. I guess it had a 0 Y value, so it wasn't working. Okay. The box doesn't automatically set its bounds. Oh, yeah. I think the size was on the Y was set to 0. Okay. However, if that's the case, why then does the CPU socket, when we generate that, I bet because I'm not copying any transform data. I wonder if that's it. Because it's not, because I don't copy the transform data, it doesn't copy the local transform stuff. I have a memory of doing this before. So that's working. One. Nope, that's not working. Okay. Okay, so that didn't work. All right, that's what I thought it was going to be, but it's not. It means I can get rid of the Unity physics samples again, which is good. Prefabs, right, CPU socket. What's this? I've made this an entity, so that's fine. It's got a scale. It's got here. Is there something else I can... Transform usage flags dot renderable? What's that? World space. Let's try world space. Let's make this one renderable. Okay, so our sockets are world space and our components are renderable. So we can test those two. Okay. So console, yep, we're still getting our entities on there. So socket still doesn't trigger. CPU still doesn't trigger. So it's almost like the actual CPU is not triggering. But it's not getting its own box collider. Why is that? Does not provide contracts without any mono behaviors, is what it should do. Let me drag one of these into the world. Put it over here somewhere. So 137, no, 137. Ah, no, that isn't even triggering when I mouse over it. Right? However, I don't actually... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where's this? That was weird. It wasn't in my subscene. Okay, there we go. So now we're getting 141, 142, 141, 142, null. Okay, so if I now spawn another one in. Okay, so the spawned ones don't work. Right, so that's probably an issue with the placement system. Source entity. Right. Let's go back to here. I'm pretty sure these have to be dynamic. You to be able to get access to them, to their things. I should also check. Current started off in July 2017. Awesome. You've been at it for a while then. Not up to this newfangled stuff. This is kind of the reason I want to learn the newfangled stuff. The power of the dots and the ECS is amazing. The stuff you can do with it is fantastic, but it is definitely a very steep learning curve, especially for someone like me who doesn't know what they're doing. Local to world transform. Local to world transform. All right, let's play. Do pause. Right. So if I click this guy here. Yeah, that's better. Right, yeah. So, I think... hey. Right, let me move myself over here. So, this is all the tags that the entity component system adds to a thing. So, it needs to be identical to that to work. So, something is missing in there. Fortunately, so I don't know how to it's actually got more. It's got more than that one has. It's got a world to local tag, which means it's got the correct system for swapping out. But it's definitely got, it's got all the original components. Entity GUI transforms local to world. You've got a linked entity group buffer. I don't know why you've got a linked entity group buffer. You have a physics collider, a physics world, a transform post matrix, which is fine. We need those. Physics world, yeah, physics collider. It's got everything it needs to. I'm just not colliding against it, and I've got no way of knowing what. What if I changed this guy to be on a different layer? Do we still get the right, it's not right. So I need to make sure it's on the correct layer. That's the problem. Doesn't work on the default layer. Why does it not work on the default layer? I thought I had these all ticked. I do have these all ticked. Why doesn't it work on the default layer? Right, so now nothing fires, that's fine. But that's weird because the motherboard was on the default layer. Oh, there you go, so now that fires. You need to be on the entities layer. Boom, boom, there you go, so that works. So we're triggering between the entity and the default layer, okay. And then when I spawn something in, obviously that is not on the correct layer. How do I set the layer of a item when I spawn it in? Google. Render mesh. You have to get hold of the render mesh? Really? But why can't I just set the layer in here? Why does it not copy the layers from there? Play. 139. Go. Oh, it's not triggering on this one now. Why is the CPU socket not triggering? Huh? Huh? Why are you confusing me so? You were working, now you're not working. Null 139 is the motherboard. Really confusing me now. You are really confusing me. Why? You're both on the same layer. You both have... But there is no difference between you. That should be don't provide context. Cast against that one now. Is the raycast? Wait a minute. Warner Brothers have pulled the plug on the Wonder Woman game and shut down Monolith? Oh, jeez. Why? Is that this thing? Hold on. I think it might be the first out thing. I think the motherboard's collision is larger than it seems. So 139, 140, 139, 140, 139, 52. Yep, it was the first out thing. So I think the raycast has to leave. So the raycast is hitting on the exit of the box, so it's got a raycast all the way through before it triggers. That is weird. That is really weird. Also, I don't even know whether you are triggering on the correct thing, because there's no way for me to find out what layer you're on. Collision types convex, collider box. Yeah, there's no way for me to see what layer you're on there, so let me go back over here. Oh, belongs to 6, collides with 3. Which is what I think I had here. Belongs to 3, collides with 6, so I had that. Yeah, so the raycast belongs to 3, but collides with number 6. That is the equivalent to this, correct? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belongs to 3, collides with 6. Yes. Okay. So that's fine. I think I only want the raycast to hit entities anyway. I don't need it checking against everything else either. Maybe the UI. so we don't click through the UI. Right, let's put down here again. Let's see here. Belongs to 6, collides with 3. Okay. Right, not quite sure. Let's just change it to 2 and then I'll have a look at the belongs to 5, collides with nothing. Ah, so it's automatically ticking. Okay. Okay, so it is copying the layer data. Cool, right, okay. Cool. So the UI collides with nothing, but the raycast does collide with that. So that's fine. That's okay. Right. So yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm getting different things now. Right. Cool. So it's working. It's working. I still don't know what this is. I still don't entirely understand this. But I guess I need an eye collector for scoring every hit when it comes to entities, I guess. Really not sure. Really not sure. But it is working now. So I'll leave the mouse pick collector alone. I didn't need any of this stuff here, so yeah. Public ball add hit. Yeah, yes, means that I don't know whether this I don't know how this part fires. I don't know how this part fires. It's weird. I don't see anything that calls the public that calls this add hit function. Yes, it's part of the eye collector system internally. Yeah, okay, let's just close that and leave that alone. That works. This isn't needed up here now, so we've got around that. So I then need to come down here. Where to do it? Let's get rid of that as well. What is that? Don't need that. Oh, yes we do. This should be collision. Filter.default. Okay. Oh, we don't need to fire 1,000 meters. 100 should be able to do fine. Might have to change this number later. I don't know. We'll leave it as 100 meters for the moment, and we'll see how it goes. So, okay. So we are creating a ghost. We have a ghost. Okay. On update is check for input, and then I want to do another function which is going to be called if ghost does not equals entity null, then we want to call move ghost. Okay, and then down here, ghost not there. No, we don't have that. We don't need that. Oop. Ghost and I could make this a job and make life a damn sight easier for me. If I made it a job, then I can get access to the local transform very, very, very easily. Let's make this a job, shall we? So let's come in here and let's nab this job. And place it down here. Move and post job. Oop. And we don't need the raycast, we don't need that. We don't need any of that stuff. What I need is access to the movement system. Because I need to get I need to actually create a movement buffer, don't I? Down here. Yeah. So rather than let's grab scripts input. So after every frame, we want to be down here. After we've done this stuff and we've got the hit cast, raycast and blah blah, and we've done all that stuff. I could probably take this out and make this to its own job, but we'll leave that for a moment. I am going to... Right, we don't have access to the manager either. Where's the manager? Yeah, so let's grab this as well. Need it's our manager. Okay. I need to get the buffer entity as well, so we need those. Can I rename this to over entity? That's a much better thing there. So right, okay. Upload it. I need to copy this. Put it into the start of the on update. So we need to make sure our default game is running and the entity manager is running. And if the manager and the buffer entity exists, we need to find the buffer entity because we need that to create the buffers. Then I want to change this down here. Let's compile. cast raycast. Raycast hit, hit. And I want to put all of that in there. And I'm going to take this out and put it up here. And then go cast, raycast, and send in the hit. Use of unassigned variable hit. New. Okay, so yeah, so I just need to send in a new hit every time. That's fine. And then we need to get a buffer, and this wants to be the mouse input movement buffer to the buffer entity. Okay. And then position vector equals oh, do I want to no, I can fire this every frame, is fine. Would equals this. Okay. Oh, sorry. Come on, fat fingers. Come on. NC equals hits.nc, and was clicked will equals false for the moment, because I don't know how to deal with that for the minute. Right, and then so I can send the entity in every single frame, can't I? Do I want to update the entity every single frame? I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, I need to return the, don't use, oh hang on, I think you send in a, but I need to send in that as a reference. I don't want you sending in one and coming back out again. Although I could get you to just return a raycast, couldn't I? Let's do that. Private raycast hit. Raycast hit equals cast raycast. No, I should call that cast raycast hit, shouldn't I? Just to be fully descriptive on it. So yeah, so we do that. But I only want to do that if the mouse moves. If the mouse is in the same position for whatever it... no. No, I want to... Well, no, cast it every frame. That's fine. So, to get the was clicked, I need to then go into the input system again. And I need to get a new action called mouse clicked. Okay, which is a button from button mouse left mouse button left mouse, thank you, third time. I don't know if I want to do a joypad thing to it. I've got the joypad in here. So I should probably let's add another one, add a binding. This is going to be gamepad, and we're going to be gamepad button south. This is so janky. Thank you. You have to like do something, change the setting, click off of it, click back on it again for it to work. So, okay. So the mouse position also really... I don't know how I can get the joypad position yet. I'd have to figure that out, because we need to get joypad things bobs if you have if you want to run Steam Deck or something. So okay, right, so it is mouse clicked. Okay, so back into here. We then want to go private input action mouse clicked. We don't use the current mouse entity anymore. Don't need that. Mouse click equals input system action, find action. So I don't like using the strings for this. But it's fine. It's fine. We need it anyway. Was clicked equals mouse clicked dot read value. That was pressed this frame. If we click, that will trigger that. The game using on the new input system is for controllers. Which is a believer. But Cario plays really well on the Steam Deck. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, that will bring a lot of other people to play it as well. The Steam Deck is... because it's so convenient, you just grab your games and go play. It's very, very convenient. That's kind of why I'm trying to do the best I can here. Yeah, what's this? It's type of burst compiled. What's that? What's that about? Name Roof Ghost does not exist. You are correct. Right, let me copy that out there so we can get we can plug it down. So seemed like it was a rich man's toy. I don't know. They're not that expensive. I mean, they're not cheap. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're cheap, but they're not that expensive when you compare them to many other things of that size. You know, that type. Right. Oh, okay. Missing burst compile attribute type play inputs contains birth method on create. Burst needs the containing types bursted methods to have burst structure. Please add burst compile to the player input system type. Do you mean up here? There you go. Gone. Awesome. So I didn't have burst compile to the overall class. Right. Okay. Cheaper than the gaming PC? Oh yes. Oh yes. Pick one up for giving demos at in-person events instead of game. Oh nice. Yeah. Head around our local game day meetup. Awesome. Awesome. I used to so somebody I used to work with had a Steam Deck, and I remember bringing it in and I played Fall Guys on it, I think it was, and honestly I couldn't really tell the difference between Fall Guys. I know Fall Guys isn't a dramatically amazing visual game, but it felt the same, just it was a smaller screen, but it felt the same playing. It's like this is good, this is very good, this is the Nintendo Switch but way better. So yeah. So okay, let's check if this still works. Okay, so I don't know if it still works because I don't actually have anything going on there. Right, I can get rid of the physics samples now. Let's close these. Cool, so I'm not forever trying to figure out what I'm doing here. That can go away as well. Okay, where are we? So, you are generating. Ah, yes. Let's actually see if this is working. So, click this here. Game manager, input buffer, inspector thing. Yep, there you go. You're getting a bajillion different input systems. Pause, because you freak out. Oop. So it was clicked is false, entity is false. Okay, let's go to page. Stop. Play. Click. Pause. Trying to find one that's actually going to be my click is going to be impossible. But they are different locations, so that is working. I'm confident that's working. Okay, here. Main machines are game is GPU bound. Lower from 1080p to 800p makes a big difference. Yeah, it's I mean I something I haven't actually double checked. Let me click this here. Stop. Whoa, double hear me. Don't want to double hear me. Wait. So this stream is technically streaming at 720. That's annoying. YouTube, why are you streaming at 720? That's weird. Right. Okay. So no, I was going to say that because I don't stream at 720. My actual streaming system is set to. What is it set to? Oh no, yeah. I 792 by 1008. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, what is happening with the whole lowering the resolution down? Even dropping down from like 1080 to 960p, you can't tell a lot of difference unless you've got a very good monitor, and you gain way more performance than you'd think from just dropping down a bit. And that's just from my experience of doing just video encoding, just from video encoding. So it must be the same for GPU bound stuff and that. So but no, I forgot YouTube doesn't support intermediate resolutions. It does 720, 1080. It doesn't do 900p or anything in between. 960, it doesn't do 960. So yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. I've just noticed my YouTube is in 720. Sorry. There is a bug with AMD's AD1 encoder that its vertical scan line can only go in the power of 64. I think. Yes. Yeah, it can only go in the power of 64. When you try and tell it to do 1080, it actually does 1088 by 1920. And YouTube hates that. YouTube freaks out and goes, no, your resolution's too high, even though you're only 8 pixels above the 1080p. And it tells me stuff's not supported and all that bits pieces. So I loaded it down to the next one, which was obviously 64 times 16, which is 64 times 16? No, I didn't. What did I lower it down to? Hold on. I lowered it down to oh no, I lowered it down to 10,008 because that was the next 16 by 9 resolution. 10,008, 1792 by 10,008 from 1920 by 1080. But YouTube obviously drops that to 720. It doesn't upscale it to 1080. So if I use AV1, that doesn't work. What does Twitch throw out? What does Twitch say? See, Twitch is running at 936. So yeah, it's 936. So Twitch is running at 936. I think that might be something to do with my. Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, I think Twitch is actually running at a different resolution anyway. So yeah, YouTube doesn't support 936. So yeah, so YouTube doesn't support intermediate resolutions, whereas Twitch does, which is surprising, to be honest with you. I would have thought Twitch would have, YouTube would support intermediate resolutions, but it doesn't. So, I was watching Brad last night, Brad last night. It showed 40p quality. That is something else that I've noticed. There are some people that are streaming in 1440, and the quality of the streams, particularly if something running faster, does terrible. Exactly that. High resolution with low bit rates looks worse. So there's the whole 1663 by 936p or whatever it is a really good mid-range resolution, because you don't lose very much quality because of going from 1080p down, but you're saving enough bandwidth so that the 6K limit on Twitch lets you have more to it. So of course, my streams, I'm streaming at the resolution, it's not 1080, it's 10,008 resolution, or 1008 resolution. So all that data is going in there, and YouTube is compressing all that data down to 720p. So it's downscaling my videos, which makes the quality better, if you know what I mean. It's taking the higher resolution and shrinking it down, which is better than taking a low resolution and not hardening it up. So changing to 4K. Was he streaming in 4K? If he's streaming in 4K, he should be streaming at about 60 megabits a second. So yeah, for YouTube, capturing 1440 and scaling down to 1080p. Yeah, there is a thing on YouTube, however, if you upload videos, not streaming, if you upload videos at 1440p, you get a different encoder, so the quality should technically be better. But where I've read around it, it seems hit and miss, to be honest with you. It seems hit and miss whether you get the better quality or not. So, but yeah, downscaling, yeah, works that sort of way. The other thing you do is exactly what I'm doing now with it, is that you can stream or make a video in a resolution that isn't quite that high, and YouTube will downscale it. So, but I've always tried to make the streams better quality rather than like I only stream at 30 FPS as well. I don't stream at 60. I don't see the point of streaming at 60. I don't see the point of anyone streaming at 60. You do not need to watch a stream at 60 FPS. You're not actually playing the game. You don't need high resolution, high frame rate. You really don't. So even if you're running 300 FPS on your game, stream it at 30 and save your bandwidth. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth the quality drop. So, but then I haven't really played any high resolution. I should probably try playing Marvel Rivals on stream or something and see if I can see how the resolution holds up. So, but at any rate, I've completely gone off on a tangent now. I want to do stuff in here. So, we are creating the ghost entity, and if we create a ghost, if we have the ghost entity, we then want to run this job, and this job doesn't want the raycast, doesn't want anything like that at all with it. Okay, it needs a couple of things. It's going to need a position. Was I not getting errors last stream saying that you couldn't cast a float to a vector? That is casting a vector 2 directly to a float 2. Wasn't I having errors like that before? Oh no, that wasn't with actually casting directly float to vector. That was casting the transformed position, which is a float 3 to it. Right. Also, this is wrong. This is wrong. I need to open this up again. You need to be a float 3 because I need a world position. Yeah, I need a world position. Okay, so get rid of that. World position equals hits dot position. Okay, so that's where it hits in the world, and then we're going to have to somewhere else just cast that to an int 3 maybe, so we round it so everything snaps to a grid, because that's what I'm going to do here. So you're going to want a public float 3, which is the world position. State, yeah. I need to try and be more consistent with this as well. I haven't done anything here with it. When I'm sending stuff into a method, I want to use an underscore for it, which I know isn't standard naming convention for it, but that tells me that this ID is in this method. It's its own field. So if I've got an ID out here somewhere, it's a separate thing. So just I need to remember to do that, and I keep forgetting to do that. So however, this jobs, I haven't been doing it in jobs. That's what I was just looking at there. I haven't been doing it in jobs. So these should really all be underscores in here for the jobs, but I don't think I've been doing that anywhere. Go down here to the job. Where did I put the job? First compile, movement job. Oh no, I did put underscores. I did put underscores in the job. Okay, so we'll do that. So underscore world position. I think that's what you need. I think that's what you need for the minute. Okay, and then we want to go I need to run this on the ghost entity, don't I? I need a tag for my ghosts. And then here, when we instantiate, I need to go to ECB. Oh, hang on a minute. Hey, why don't you do that? Wait, oh. Damn it, I can't have access to the any component system. But that's okay, we need that anyway, so check for input. Set up goes. Why am I doubling this up here? Hold on. Oh no, because that removes it from this one. This one replaces it if there's a new one, doesn't it? Yes. Right. So I want to take this out of there and put it in there, so it becomes accessible to the entire thing. ECB.add component. Ghost. Ghost tag. New ghost tag. I'm a little concerned that's going to try and add a component to something that doesn't exist. Okay, so here I want to get the ghost tag, but we don't care about the ghost tag, so we can just discard that. And then the reference to a local transform, transform. My job entity. underscore transform dot position equals underscore world position. Okay, just set the position to there and it moves with the mouse, so that's fine. And then up here we need to go, and if ghost equals null, then I didn't know that was a feature, but that's cool. We want to get the dynamic buffer pick up mouse input buffer. Next buffer. And then we want to go and schedule a job. Now I can't remember how we do that. Like this. Job entity. Why are these public? Why do I keep making stuff public? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's very bad for you. Yeah, I did make all these things here. The tags I can literally just discard. We don't care about them. Even the entity to discard. I don't know why I'm doing that. It must be an entity. It must have the camera movement tag. Doesn't need to be. We don't even need to check an entity. It's just got to have this tag on it. We don't actually need the entity, do we? No. Simplify those. Simplify those. We don't need the entity. It doesn't need. We need the entity. We'll do that later. Right. So in the placement system, we want to new ghost job, and then in the move ghost job, we want to go. Underscore world position equals mouse buffer dot nope. For each mouse input buffer data in mouse buffer world position equals data dot position. Okay, and then even if the entity isn't null, oh no, if the entity is null, I want to clear. Hang on. So I only want to have this actually moving the ghost if the ghost exists, obviously. We don't want to run a job if we don't do that. However, I want to clear the mouse buffer input every frame. So I guess I need to get the mouse buffer input first. And then go mouse buffer clear. Okay. So we get the buffer. Okay. If the ghost is not null, we'll then go through the buffer and move the ghost to wherever the buffer happens to be, and then we'll clear the buffer. But if the ghost is null, we'll still clear the buffer. So moving the mouse around doesn't do anything. It just clears the buffer. That's absolutely fine. Okay. But here we can do more stuff with the buffer if we need to. We might have a problem here. We might have a problem here. So this is the placement system, which is designed to place items. So we'll get that, and if we click the mouse button, we'll then physically put the thing down in the world. But what if later on we want to click on an item in the world? We still need to use this buffer, so I'd have to clear it elsewhere. I know what I'll do. I will create a new tag, and if we're trying to place an item, we will enable the placement tag. And if we're not trying to place an item, then we'll have two systems that use the same thing. And this one will only run if we're currently placing an item. So, like here, no, in the keyboard one, which is something we need to work on anyway later. But here, if we press any of those, then we want to add a tag to enable our placement system. Unless we don't have this job in here. But a minute, I'll just leave it as it is. Let's look ahead at stuff, but maybe we don't even have this job here. This is all responsible for spawning the stuff. So it's not really the placement system. And then we have another one which just reads the mouse cursor and it knows whether it's got a ghost or not. And if it has a ghost, it moves the ghost around. If it doesn't, then it's obviously in the world for scanning stuff. So, okay. Let's see, shall we? Play. So, nah. Ah. Of course, right. Yeah. 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 That makes sense because it's placing it it's placing it in yeah, it's placing it where the raycast hits. So the raycast the world position needs to actually be 0. Needs to be on whatever level we're on. Yeah, because otherwise it's going to run to the camera. Obviously, it's going to just run straight up to the camera. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. World position dot y equals 0. Let's just do that. We'll just hardcast it to 0 for the moment. To do fix hardcast it on magic numbers, whatever it is. Hey, look at that! Hey, and it resets to 0 if we don't get any raycast hit from something. So I really only want to raycast against the motherboard when I'm placing. So I need to change the filter layers when I'm placing. So if I have a ghost, I need to only cast against the motherboard. That was interesting. When I don't move too fast, I can actually make the thing fly in the world. That's cool. But if I get no position data, I need to make this invalid. How do I know if I get no position data? How can we check that? Oh, with this. So I need to get a new bit of data, don't I? Excuse me. So I need to get also placement system is looking for the buffers. It should also be after the mass input buffer as well. We need that. So I want to create a new piece of data that has a collision filter on it, and the collision filter we need to change. Depending on what's happening. Excuse me. So let's get the let's go to our input system and let's create a new input collision filter data, which is very long, but it's fine. And then in here we want to have this is going to have to be player input. We want to have a collision filter filter. Okay. Like that. Good. Nice and easy. I actually need to apply that to something, don't I? Buildables? Are we going to add it to the buildables? Would that make sense? Or to the input buffers? It would probably make more sense to go on the input buffers, wouldn't it? Player collision filter data. New data. Filter equals collision filter dot default. Okay, so when we add it, it has a default filter on it. Cool, there it is. So it exists. Okay, so you are the keyboard input. Don't worry about you. You are the camera controller. Don't worry about you. So the mouse input system. Here. So this wants to be system API dot get singleton dot filter, and then you want to be filter. Okay, cool. You can apparently be sorted out to be quicker. Let's do that. Okay. I'm going to put you onto a new layer. Let's go to our object settings again, and I want motherboard to cast with entities, and I also want entities to cast with motherboard. So default should hit motherboard and entities and the UI. Okay. Then the motherboard we are going to tag to the motherboard. Entities we tag to entities. Okay. And then here, so if our ghost equals null, then we want to go system API dot get singleton input collision filter data dot filter equals, so I need to get singleton RW dot value RW dot filter equals collision dot filter dot collides with one 6, and then down here, if ghost is equals to entity dot null, then dot filter equals collision filter dot default. Okay, so if we have a ghost, we only want to play with the motherboard. If we don't have a ghost, we want to collide with everything. This is where the placement system's taken on more responsibility than it really should have. This should be responsible for literally just spawning stuff in the world, but I kind of need to know where things go, so yeah. Okay. Well. Okay, so I got this wrong. Hold on. Right. Ah, yes, 1 to 3. Yep. So the second I go off the motherboard, it resets back to 0, which is awesome. Okay. So I kind of need to make sure that there is no motherboard at 0 by 0. So I can just go, hey, if it's vector 3.0, it's invalid. It's just invalid. Okay, so this is moving the ghost around. We've got a method called add entity, which gets a location and an entity type and returns a new entity instance. Entity does check collisions and a tell that if you can't do one. I think that's pretty much what I got here. I just have to change the collision data, because as I said, when I have a ghost, I want to make sure we're only colliding with the motherboard. When we don't have a ghost, I want to make sure we can collide with anything. Oh, actually, to be honest with you, when we don't have a ghost, I only want to collide with entities. It's a bit redundant to be changing this every frame, but right. Yeah, so and it just resets back to 0. 2 is doing the same. Small fun. Okay, I can't click to do anything yet, but that's fine. That's not a problem. I need to know whether I'm clicking on things or not. I need to. Do a quick debug. Oh, I hate you. 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 I hate you with a passion. Why is system.diagnostics the default for the debug when it should be Unity? Damn you, silly thing. The amount of times I've had debug.log and it goes, I don't know what debug.log means. Like, Oh, I can't read. I need to do another one. Data dot entity. Okay. Done. The plate. We get in. Be entity.null. That's weird. I'm getting a ping back of entities. I shouldn't be getting that. What? God, that's firing a lot per frame, isn't it? Yeah. I want the placement system to not be running in the main thread. I want it to be running in the physics system or something. But more importantly, why is that? Why is that throwing an entity.entity? It shouldn't be. This should be entity.null. Okay, well, 141 is working. So this is getting 140. Okay, so it knows it's mousing over a thing. That's cool. So now we're getting 0. Okay, so the raycasts are obviously still hitting the thing, which is very interesting. Right, so let's get rid of that, because I shouldn't be resetting that to 0. We should only be colliding with 3. Now okay. I'm a little bit confused. So, when we have a ghost move around, we should be changing the filter to be only colliding with the motherboard, which means when we have a ghost, our ping back of the index of the raycast here should be the motherboard. Motherboard is 140. It is working. I thought it was still picking up the item. No, it is working. Okay, so it's only picking up the motherboard when we mouse over like that. However, if we mouse over this one, we get 141 now, which is awesome. So that means our raycasts now are only doing that. Yeah, cool. Now the problem to this is that I don't want this raycast to be firing anywhere near as often as it currently is. So let me go up to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 30, 35, 40. $45, $50, $55, $60, $70, $80, $90, $100, $110, $120. Okay, it's firing at the frame rate. My monitor refreshes at 120 FPS. That's getting 120 raycasts happening. I don't want that. I only want this running like on the physics frames. I want it running like 20 times a second or something like that. But it has to be running the initialization group because of this job. How can I run this? Where's the initialization group? Hold on, where is that? Where is that? Play. It's in there. Player mouse input system. I don't want it running in there. I don't want to run that raycast that often. How can I slow that down? Do we just do our own timer up here? I suppose that's the best way, isn't it? Double timer in on create timer equals 0, and it would go here. So timer plus equals system API dot time dot delta time. If timer is greater than let's just say I want to run the raycast 5 times a second just to limit that right down. That means I need to do 1 divided by 5, which is 0.2 f. Right, if the timer is less than 0.2 f, just don't do anything. Timer equals 0. Okay. So yeah, if the timer is less than 0.2, then do that. If it's counted to 0.2, that means it's gone there. Reset a time, do all of this, and then start again, and boom, there you go. Yeah. Let's try that. Play. And stop. So got up to 1 second pass. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so now it's only firing 5 times a frame. That's much better. That's 5 times a second. We don't need the physics raycast to be done that time. It can be a little bit. We can always speed that up if we need to later, but I think that's good just for moving the mouse around. Let's see what that's like for actually. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe. What's the physics step? I changed the physics step, didn't I? Physics. No, hang on. Hang on. Where did I... Where's the physics step? Right. Here. So 0.05. Let's do that. So that should fire 20 times a frame now, not 125 times a frame. Okay, let's try and... That's better. It's a little bit... It's not super smooth. But that's okay, because we're going to have it snapped to a grid anyway. So if I come up here to 15, there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, oh, hold on, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I only got 18 times that frame to fire. That's okay. That's okay. That's close enough. That's close enough. Might have to change it to equal. Yeah, 18 times set. Yeah, that's close enough. Close enough to 20. That's fine. Okay, right. So, can I? No, can't explicitly change them. Okay. So can I do map dot round? Okay, yeah, you can round that. Okay, we'll do that. It's fine. We'll try that. Okay, play. Okay, so that. That's interesting. I don't know why it's not. Why are you not firing when I'm under the Wait a second. How big is the CPU socket? Oh, that is 1 meter. I am way closer than I thought I was. That is only 1 meter by 1 meter. I am way closer to the world than I thought I was. Yeah, so the motherboard's only 10 by 10, which is just wrong. So yeah, we need to zoom out a lot more. Let me motherboards, that'll do. That one there, anyone, that'll do. Any motherboard will do. Just tell me the size of the motherboard. Give me the specifications of the motherboard. It is 30 by 26. So if I made the motherboard 30 by 26, nope. Yeah, you're a platform, aren't you? Right, the motherboard actually wants to become a cube. Wants to become a cube, and it wants to become 0.1 thick. Wants to become 30 by 26. Okay. Motherboard. There is the motherboard. Cool. I have no idea how to find out how big a CPU socket is. How big is the TRX 50? Hold on, what socket is that? TR5 socket, right. I'm probably doing... No. TR5 socket size. Oop. So this should be 5.8, so I'm going to make it 6. 6, and this is 7.5, so I'm going to make that 8. Okay. Ah! No! How could you? So, AMD's latest Threadripper socket is that big compared to the motherboard that it sits on. That's as big as the socket size is on it. This is the Gigabyte AMD. Yeah, that actually looks about right. Plus all the mounted hardware that's around it. That's, yeah, that looks about right. It's got memory above and memory below. The massive heat sinks down here. So yeah, so that's the biggest socket you can kind of get. So we are a little bit close on this camera. Can I that to 10? Okay. And then I should take that out of there, drop the camera in there, reset the camera, take the camera out of there, drop that back in there, and put the camera back up there. Tag that on the motherboard. There we go. Okay. Lay. I need to absolutely seriously increase my zoom ability.
I am having the fun.
The fun. I don't want to be a low quality streamer. I want to be a very high quality, absolutely fantastic, knows exactly what he's doing every single time, and never takes 4 hours to figure out how to spawn stuff into a Unity project. Which is good because it's only been 3 hours 51 minutes and we figured it out. So there you go. I've already managed to achieve that. So yeah, cool. Anyway, camera movement system, camera control system. I really should get these numbers out of here and put them in some form of settings somewhere or something. But I'm starting to think this needs to be like 25 or something. Hey. That's better. Now we can see pretty much the whole motherboard. Okay, and that's moving one block at a time because that's 1 meter. Did it head up to 13,000? Jesus. No. I could not. No, I could not deal with that sort of thing. I don't think I could deal with that. All right. That would no. So interestingly, we're actually half a segment off of that socket. Where do we put the socket? Pause. Okay, so that is snapping to solid ints, which is fine. The CPU socket we've got on the board is also snapped to solid ints, but it's actually not sorry. So I need to I need to figure if I'm going to do the buses, which are obviously conveyor belts. I need to find a scale that works. If I do 1 meter scales in the game, 1 meter, that's not going to work for us because one meter is going to be 1 centimeter, we're zooming right in here, which is what I've got. In 1 centimeter, you can fit a lot of bus. I'm looking around here going, I've normally got motherboards to hand, like literally at hand. I've got old motherboards. They're all upstairs. Every last one of them is upstairs. So I can't even be like, hey, look at this motherboard, and get some information from it. But no. So I need to figure out what size grid I want to snap to. Do I want to zoom out even further and still have it 1 meter, which would just be easier for everything, but zoom right out and make the motherboard like 10 times the size it should be? So this Gigabyte TRX 50 motherboard, which is only £700, is .305 by 264 millimeters. So if I translate that into meters here, so 305 by 264. There's a motherboard. Okay, it might be easier to zoom in and actually have things be like 0.1 meter rather than being zoomed out this far, because view distance might become a bit of an issue here. But the SR5 socket size, which is this socket here, is 58.5 by 75.4. The motherboard I'm looking at is on scan.co.uk. It is the Gigabyte AMD TRX 50 Aero D motherboard. It's £694.99. It is nothing I would ever buy, because the processors are thousands of pounds to go in them. But it was just one I literally just went motherboard, click, and it was there. It was on the homepage to scan. So. But it's AMD's latest Threadripper one, so that's why. I can get a picture of it and bring it up on. But it's covered in heatsink, so there's no real point. It's got massive amounts of, oh Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 M.2 drive. Yeah, that's a stupid motherboard. That's a stupid motherboard. Yeah, I was just on the Gigabyte site trying to find all the stuff for it. So that's not the motherboard, but that is a motherboard. What is that one? That's not the same one I'm looking at, but that must be the server version of it. I'm looking at the consumer one. That must be the server one that gets rid of all the weird stuff, because it's got a little tiny fan on it, and the one that I'm looking at, it's got great big ginormous heatsinks all over it. But yeah, it's also blue. What I'm looking at is if I did this like this, which would mean obviously getting the CPU socket needs to be taller as well, doesn't it now? How tall is the socket? Doesn't say. I'm going to make it 1 centimeter tall. Like that. Obviously, we are zoomed right in, which would mean we'd have to zoom ridiculously far out. Take that out of there. What have I done here? Ah, no. Oh. Right. You did update the position and just the hierarchy hasn't updated. That's very annoying. Right, I need to set the CPU socket again. How big was that? This socket should be 58.5. You come out of there, go down there. You come to here. Then come out of there, and then you go back to there. Okay. That's at 100 times zoom. Ooh. Ooh. We might have to go with like 150, 200. 200 times zoom and like 10 if I go with this sort of scale. I might not. I might go with a smaller one because then we don't have to worry about. So yeah, zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, I think we're going to go with 1/10 of that. And then rather than snap to oh, sorry, I didn't have to chat. Jinx, hello, good evening. Thank you very much. It's the gigabyte here. Yeah, it's the same motherboard. The one I was looking at was obviously the consumer one. So it's got a slightly different layout for the power supplies, and it's only got 2 PCI Express slots with loads of storage. Whereas the one that you've sent is obviously a server rack mount one, which is designed to mount multiple graphics cards in. But it's the same thing. It's just you have the same sizes. So, yeah. So, what if here, when I rounded the thing, can we? Can I round it and then divide it by 10? Would that work? No, that wouldn't work. If I did that, bum, 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 bum. I cannot see the CPU. Yeah, no, yeah, no, that won't work. That won't work. That won't work. Let's do this. Let's do times 10. We do that? Okay, that's working. Of course, it stops working when we get too far away because the raycast fails because that's too far away for us. So we're now snapping to 0.1, which means I want to make all these things smaller. So let's make this 5.85, 7.54. I'm gonna have to round these to some other numbers. Yeah, I'm going to have to round them to round numbers anyway. So this is going to have to become 6, and this is going to have to become 8, and the motherboard is going to become 31 by 26. Okay, and then let's bring the socket over here somewhat. Put it there. There we go. Boom. Okay, and then I want to change my zoom down to be, say, 20. So we drag that out there, we drag that to there, we reset the camera, drag the camera out, put that back in there, put the camera back up there. There we go, that just resets our camera. And then our camera controller, we can come down here and say, hey, would you have a maximum zoom of 20 and a minimum zoom of 2? Okay, it's a bit more realistic. We can zoom in and zoom out. This is our CPU socket that we can put anywhere, but it's still snap into a tiny grid. That means the grid I want to put on top of this motherboard I'm not quite sure why that's bouncing around like that, but that's okay. Is going to be tiny. We create a plane. Make the plane 100 by 100. Okay. And we want no mesh collider with the plane. We want to bring it up to 0.1. I want to go into my materials and I want to can I drag the checkerboard onto the plane? I can, but that won't work for us. I need to Windows still got a new bitmap image. Paint.net. New. No, we can use this one. Canvas size wants to be. Let's make it 10 by 10. Boop. Zoom. Select all. Doop. Do that, and then let's fill this in with. I want to fill it in with white, but I want to make it like no. Oh no. Not anti-analyze, thank you. And go down to be 63. What? Undo. No, might need to be 100. Okay, file save as bin. Doop. Doop. Outfit is transparency, apply, there we go, put on art, materials, grid, transparent, base map is grid, you want to be point, no filter, and you want to be like the smallest you can possibly be. Okay, and by linear. Where's the things? Do not generate bitmaps. Actually, maybe. That's better. Okay. And then your tiling is to be. Well, let's drop you on the plane first, like so. Oh. Okay. So your tiling is going to be 100. 100. That's details. Idiot. Keep doing that. Oh, wow. No. Like 1,000 by 1,000 or something? Not even that. 10,000 by 10,000. Obviously the grid won't be there. all the time, but that is indeed the grid that we snap to. That's what I should do actually. Go back to paint. Set this back to 100. Save. Interesting. I can't get close enough to actually see stuff in the scene. What do it cuts me off? That is weird. Can I? That's better. Okay. Yeah, the grid shows like that. Okay, we need to not resize the plane. Because if I resize the plane, it changes the size of the grid, doesn't it? Obviously. Yes. I'm not really sure how to overlay a grid, but only show it on certain places. I don't know. There's some other things I want to do to this as well. No spectacular, don't receive shadows. Don't want you to receive anything, basically. I want you to be no speculative highlights, no environmental reflections. Okay. That should just be the motherboard underneath that's shining, not the grid. Yeah. Cool. Okay, and that's the. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. It's offset by one on one side. What's wrong with this here? Oh no, I know what's wrong with this here. Ah, derp, derp, derp. Derp, 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 derp. It's that 1 pixel. That is 1 pixel, isn't it? It would be like that, because then this side would poke out, wouldn't it? Yep, that side's fine. It's just this side that doesn't show properly, because everything's obviously, yeah. So I need to do an outline on both sides of this, not just one. But then that is going to change the way the grid looks. Oh. I am an idiot. There you go. Oop, there you go. Yeah, see, that changes the way the grid looks. This is weird. Suppose it just looks wrong. The grid will obviously be optional. Okay. Replay. All right. Let's allow this to be enabled and disabled, shall we? That should be easy enough to do. Our input actions. Let's add another action called toggle grid, and it's going to have a keyboard and touch one of G. Click, clicky, clicky, click. G. There you go. Boom. And joystick of, I don't know, what should we have on a joystick? Select on the gamepad. If it has select, it might not have select your gamepad, but hopefully it will. Then that will turn on and off the grid. Cool. We could just use Y or something, but or triangle or whatever, you know. Okay. Now, here comes the wonderful thing that's the problem. So, in our camera controller, nope, not camera controller, in our placement system, we are indeed getting the key inputs, and then we are clearing the buffer. Now, I also want to check elsewhere as to if one of the buffers is I want to check whether the grid button has been pressed in another place. And if I clear the buffer here, then the other place might miss the button being pressed. But if I clear the buffer in the other place, this might miss somewhere being pushed. I could do an independent buffer clear system, which is what we actually did in the Hex breakout game with the independent one, and that was where I had to muck about with command buffers and stuff to figure out exactly when I wanted to clear the buffer. Because what I need to do is when we input the buffer, we see this is the initialization group, isn't it? Oh, can I do that for the keyboard? See, I updated this. Can I just do that instead? Run it in the initialization place, which means it runs in here before the simulation runs. So it runs everything here, and then I can clear the buffers. It all still works. So player mouse input, input system. That should be player keyboard, which is not a correct term for it, because because we're technically using the whatever, doesn't matter. Right, so if I did this, and then in wherever I'm doing a mouse buffer.clear, I need to maybe have one here. Oh, excuse me. Yawn. Maybe put it in here. We put a system in here to clear all these buffers. And then we just get rid of it. So let's do that. Let's just grab this. Why is this not got burst compile? Maybe our systems are automatically burst compiled. I don't know. Copy that. Go to the player input buffer and do this, and call this a player input buffer clear. Okay, and now The game goes slowly. That is because I am obviously struggling, just generally struggling. So let's compile. Need on update. Oop. Oh, no, not struct, just public void. On update. So you want to movement, look, zoom, key, that. Oh, I think I can just do that, can't I? Yes, I can. Okay. Right, delete that. Movement buffer, look buffer, zoom buffer, input buffer. So we just clear them all. Okay. But this wants to run updating group. Simulation system group, which is this one, and then I want to go or the last equals true. So you want to run through the last thing of it. So the input systems, I've run an initialization group. Everything that needs them runs halfway through, and then we clear them after that. So let's get rid of that clear there. Okay, that's one. Let's go into the camera controller. Two, three, four. We'll add into the buffer. There's 5, okay, and that is all 5, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, save everything. Okay, play. Let's see whether it says, oh, it's still valid. Okay, that's fine. Okay, it's working. Movement is still working. Awesome. It's amazing what we learned from the last game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Cool. Yeah. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, so that works. So now we can just clear the buffers afterwards. So I can then use different things in different places. Cool. So we can toggle the grid. Let's. I don't know where I'm going to put that, but actually know how to toggle. Yeah. Don't know. Using multiple shader paths, yeah, but I hadn't really thought of that. If I put that in there and then turn off the grid plane, really bizarre. Red. Heat. Wasn't there a... because this is stretched, so it's not gonna. I always thought it was a way to get this to overlay onto an item and not have to worry about tiling it manually myself. So for now, let's just get rid of that, and we'll just use the standard grid plane, which is obviously now. Okay. So, yeah, the grid can be toggled if we want to enable that. We'll figure that one out, yeah. Toggle the grid. So, the thing I want to do now is I actually want to go to our prefabs, components, CPU, and we drag that out to the world. This wants to be massive. It wants to be almost the same size as the CPU socket, 6x8. So it wants to be 5x7. So it will sit in there. Hey, bloop, there you go, right. Okay. Now. Now, honestly, I think I might have to stop. I am getting tired, and that's very annoying. You've got a ghost tag, and you only move stuff with a ghost tag, so that's fine. Right. This collision data needs to have more information in it, because I can't just look at the motherboard. Because if I have a CPU in my hand, I need to connect the CPU to the socket. So I need to be able to read socket. And then snap to it. So if we mouse over a socket, it will auto snap to the socket, which means I can't change the collision to just be the motherboard, because that won't work. Yeah. Okay. However, I am actually going to call it. I'm yawning way too much, so my brain is not in the engaged mode. Well, not in the engaged mode as much as it normally is, which isn't a lot, but you know, it's a thing. It's a thing. So, so I think we're going to leave this one here, and we shall come back on Friday and continue with it, and see how it goes. It is very slow going, but that's okay. That's okay. We are getting there. Learning how raycasts and stuff work, and then figuring out they're actually a lot simpler than I believed. So, but yeah. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Rah. Rah. Oh, let's go over here. So yeah, I think sleep calls for today, so I can be refreshed and alive and good to go for tomorrow. Hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be good for tomorrow. We'll be good for tomorrow. So yes, so this will do it for tonight. We shall come back tomorrow. We should be playing Ikaria tomorrow, or the preview version. That was something I should have asked as well. I think it was the preview version's got a different version to the demo version, like an earlier version, it says, which is weird. I need to double check that to find out. But yeah. Oh dear. All the yawnies. Yeah, right. Okie dokie. Let's leave this here and move on there. So yeah, we're back tomorrow with Ikaria, in the pre-version of Ikaria, which will be fun. Something more exciting things. I'll try and get through it as quickly as possible and get things going with that. And then Thursday, I have absolutely no idea. And then Friday, we're back doing game dev. And then Saturday, if all goes well, hopefully, we'll be streaming on Saturday nights now, because I'm no longer working Sunday morning. So yay, I can stream Saturday nights, which means we might get 7 days a week of streams, which would be cool. You can't see me because I'm invisible, but I'll be here. But Saturday, we're planning to doing some multiplayer stuff. So probably Elden Ring. Going to get into the multiplayer version of Elden Ring again and play through that, because why not? We never finished it last time, and I haven't got the saves from last time at all again, so we're going to start again and play through and play, yeah. So play through and play well. But anyway, enough waffling there. I've never finished Elden Ring. I never finished it on my single player. I actually rage quit it on my single player. I got to the main capital town and just got owned over and over and quit, and just I couldn't do it anymore. But I was playing a big heavy hitter sword thing, which just didn't work for the way I play the game. So I should play a caster. Caster would make more sense. But we're going to play it multiplayer with Jokers and possibly Silver. So we're playing that on Saturday nights. That's the idea, and we'll play through it.
Yep, I yawned you, Eggman.
Yeah. So I might play for that one. Yeah. I might go with the magic class. I might just go with a big sword. I don't know. The bleed, however, was a very fun thing. You could stab them, stop them bleeding, and then just run the hell away and deal with it that way. I don't know what build I'm going to go with yet. All I know is we're going to play it multiplayer, and we're going to just play through on easy mode and finish the game. Yeah. So, but that's the plan, at least anyway. Hopefully it comes to fruition on Saturday. It does depend on other people. So yeah. But anyway, we're going to leave this one here, and we will come back next time and continue from there. So,
Yep, I yawned you,
yes. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I do hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.